Morning.
Good morning.
Only case we have on this morning for Wilson.
All right, thank you.
You can make it bigger. You need to.
Right here? Is this it? Is that the meeting?
You see that little box?
Mhm.
There you go. Okay. I'm trying to see it live.
I'm right here. I need to be. This is G right here. Oh, get open.
It's like
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have 9 o'clock. I'm going to go ahead and call the docket for announcements. Anyone who's present doesn't have an attorney or your attorney doesn't answer, make sure I know you're here. Other than that, please keep your electronic devices muted. Let's start with Frio County, South Texas Electrical Co-op versus the Appraisal District.
That case has been dropped, Judge.
All right. I wasn't aware, Judge, Your Honor. Bill Sullivan for South Texas Electric Co-op, but it wasn't our fight, so we will get on.
Okay,
Thank you.
you're excused. Have a good day, sir. That's all you have. All right. Matter of the marriage of Joel Flores and Myrna Zinel. Flores, Zinel divorce.
No one present in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Okay, who's present? Okay,
I
who
think
is-
she said no one was present, Judge. I believe is what she said.
No one. Oh, okay, okay.
No one is present here in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Okay, I'll recall. Terrence Gabby versus Calvin Mitchell et al.
Counsel for Calvin Mitchell and Linden Transportation, sir.
Okay, what do we have to hear today?
It was a docket control order.
Okay.
I've spoken with plaintiff's counsel just before this, and I believe she contacted the court about a new trial date of January 10th. So we've agreed on that.
It sounds good. It's still a little bit up in the air. We thought we'd been given a green light from the Texas Supreme Court last week, but the Office of Court Administration yesterday threw us a curveball, and now it looks like we're going to have different rules for different counties. Okay, but you're excused if that's all you have, ma'am. Matter of the marriage of Monica and Gabriel Salazar. Salazar, first, anyone?
Yes. Monica's here.
Okay. And are you ready to proceed, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
All right, I will mark you A. You'll be the first self-represented case I call up.
Okay.
In the interest of Goliath Gonzalez, a child.
Good morning, Your Honor. Sylvia Rodriguez on behalf of petitioner. We are present. My understanding is that what's set on the docket for today is respondent's motion to dismiss the petition for termination and adoption. I likewise have filed and set for today a motion for Your Honor to interview the child in chambers, and also a motion for appointment of an amicus attorney. And I am,
I'm sorry. I thought we were
go
arguing.
ahead, Ms. Gutierrez, I'm sorry.
Judge, good morning. This is Nena Gutierrez. I'm the attorney for Cristina Gonzalez. We are the movants today on my motion to dismiss, and we're ready to proceed, Judge. We
And
also
Judge, just for-
if
Okay,
I may,
can you hear all of this?
we also have a companion case that's related to it that's also on the docket. It's a divorce matter involving the Gonzalez's getting divorced. I have temporary orders set on that case as well. So I'm not sure how Your Honor wants to handle that. I'll defer to Your Honor.
All
And
right.
Your Honor, on our case, Judge, I anticipate about a 4 to 5 hour hearing. I do have about 6 or 7 witnesses.
Okay, so
Just
we have
wanted
a
to
motion
give-
to dismiss, and what else?
And I have,
Motion to interview child in chambers, and motion to appoint an amicus attorney.
and I have oppositions to the interview, Judge. But we can, however Your Honor wants to handle it. I know you have other matters on the docket, but it will be a long hearing. I only have one witness. That is my client.
Okay,
And I believe I have proper service. If you can call Jesus Gonzalez Jr.
all right. Okay, I'll ask the clerks to have the bailiffs do that. The matter of the marriage of Graciela Longoria and Joe Longoria. Melissa Christian, Grady Roberts.
Judge, I'm sorry, that case was dropped.
Ex parte Esteban Aranda.
Good morning, sir. Present.
Okay, are you Esteban Aranda?
Yes, sir.
And are you ready to proceed, sir?
Yes, sir, I am.
Your Honor, on this case, we never received a notice setting hearing. So nothing went out to any of the entities. We never received an order setting hearing for this case.
All right, Mr. Aranda.
Yes, sir.
Okay, there's a whole laundry list of entities that have to be given notice of an proposed expunction. Did they
Okay.
notice? The clerk is telling me they didn't send anything out.
Okay. The organization representing my case, I was under the assumption they had already taken care of these items that are being requested. Would it be possible to possibly reschedule and I can touch base with them to make sure that everything is in order before setting another court date?
All right, so do you have an attorney who represents you?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Aranda, what I can tell you is if you have someone who is representing you, who's doing legal work for you, they need to be an attorney. So yes, this can be reset so that you can get with the district clerk's office and they can't give you legal advice, but yes, you're going to have to get an order setting this for hearing, and then there's going to have to be a notice that goes out and you're going to have to pay for all that. But if you're working with some outfit that is not an attorney licensed in the state of Texas, they're not going to be able to do that for you, and the district clerk's office can't do legal work for you either. So I'll just put reset on request and you can get with the clerk's office, but you're going to have to come up with the documentation to make that happen or an attorney working for you.
Understood.
In the interest of 2103-00040, in the interest of HTL, KL, and KJ children.
That case was dropped.
No, Your Honor, this is Letty Gavito. I'm for the respondent. I did not know she had dropped it, and we're all ready to proceed this morning.
Your Honor, this is Diana Davalos. I represent the petitioner. I copied Ms. Gavito on my email to the court dropping this setting, and she does not have any affirmative pleadings on file seeking relief today.
Your Honor, she dropped it without my notice. If she noticed me, I never got it. So we need a hearing.
I would argue, Your Honor, that Ms. Gavito.
Are you conferring?
We can confer. Yes, we can confer. Do you put us in a breakout room or do we talk separately?
Okay, I will make Ms. Riley the host in just a moment, and I will ask her to place y'all in a breakout room. And Ms. Gavito, Clarence Darrow is dead. I'd appreciate it if you didn't smoke during court.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
All right, Atascosa County, Talford Schubert versus Alan Jenkins.
Judge Larry Moreno here. It's a Rule 106 motion for substitute service.
Okay, I'll mark you number one. If you would post whatever you have to me, I would appreciate it. I tried to look at some things from Frio County yesterday and I was unable to open up any documents.
Okay.
$99,12,645 in the interest of the Valdez children.
Yes, Your Honor. Is that the one that is, well, I have it as 2009-0825 in the matter of the marriage of Stephanie Benavides and Gabriel Alexander Benavides?
No, this is Angeline Valdez, Javier Valdez, Gabriel Valdez.
Okay, I'm sorry, that's not my case, excuse me.
It's maybe that was one of the ones where there was just one kid when they started, but that was filed in 1999, so they ought to all be over 18 by now.
Oh, yeah.
but no one's here on that case regardless, so. Wilson County case, Gilbert Rodriguez expunction.
Yes, Your Honor, that is an expungement. Just for the court's information, green cards have already returned. There is no answer or objection on file. And we previously filed an order along with our petition back on January the 6th, 2021, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll mark you number 2.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anyone else told to be here today, your case was not called?
Yes, Your Honor, I have the case that I called. It's an Atascosa County case, and it's a final hearing on the divorce.
Okay, what are the numbers?
It's 2009-0825 CBA in the matter of the marriage of Stephanie Benavides and Gabriel Alexander Valdez, and in the interest of the Valdez children. The case that you called earlier may be the original AG title to the case. There's been, I do have a signature by the Attorney General's office, one of their assistant AGs in this case. So that may be why I was confused. That may be the same case, just the old number. And I don't think we consolidated it.
Okay.
I think that's correct. There's some notes. I'm pulling up that 20-09 case, and it says that it was consolidated into the 1912-645 cause number.
All right, that's 99.
Oh, was it?
Oh, well, it
Yeah.
says 99. Is that correct? Is that a typo here, or is it?
It shows 9912-0645 is
That's the AG case.
right.
Is that correct though? Because you just said 19.
It's 99, Judge.
Okay. All right.
That's what the notes I have.
Anyone else told to be here today, your case was not called? See a whole bunch of folks that I haven't heard from. Are they all witnesses?
Judge, this is Letty DeVito. I have a witness standing by, Matthew Cuellar. And if we're going to confer, then I would ask Mr. Cuellar to be on standby. I will call him if we do indeed go
I
forward.
will move you. Ms. Gavito says she will be in touch with you, and I'm going to move you back to the waiting room. Okay. All right. I'm going to make Ms. Riley the court coordinator. I'm going to make her the host, rather.
And you said to leave Matthew Cuellar in the waiting room, correct, Judge?
Yes. Okay, and Mr. Moreno, do you want to post your motion to me in chat?
Judge, I'm sorry, I'm actually at a COVID vaccination site in line, and I can't do it at the moment.
Okay, all right, just,
The on the
okay, let me
75
just ask on Ms. Rodden, I'm gonna have to reboot my computer because I know from experience that once it gives me an error message trying to open up documents, looking at the Frio County Clerk's records, it's going to continue to do so until I reboot my computer. And I need to do that anyway for the pro se divorce. So on Ms. Rodriguez, on your expunction in Wilson County.
Yes, Your Honor.
So it looks like all the green cards are back. I see no responses. You said there's a proposed order in here somewhere.
There is, Your Honor. I'm back of my petition for expungement, and if not, we can post it again on chat for Your Honor's convenience.
Okay, why don't you do that, but wait until I come back? And
Yes, sir.
you want to go ahead and prove up your divorce, Ms. Vickers? It's just a prove up, you said, or not?
Yes, Your Honor, it's a default. We had a temporary orders. That was also a default. So we're just here to finalize it. Should only take a few minutes. And I saw Ms. Benavides on the Zoom. Where did she go?
Is that Christina?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, well, I'm not the host. All right, Ms. Benavides, if you would unmute your computer or iPhone, whatever you're on.
No, I'm sorry, Your Honor. It said, when you said Christina, it's Stephanie Benavides. And I saw her just a few minutes
she is.
ago when we,
Okay.
She's on there, but she doesn't have a button for me to ask her to unmute, Judge.
Okay,
here.
all right, so you're gonna need to get her to log off and come back in because, yes, she has no audio connection. She may
all
be able
right.
to hear us, but we can't hear her. All right, I'm going to reboot my computer. I will be back shortly.
Tanessa, you might have to post that order after the judge signs back on, just FYI.
Thank you. We were just looking and couldn't find it. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm back.
Hello?
Yes, who is that?
Oh, this is Stephanie Benavides.
Oh, okay, ma'am. All right. Ms. Vickers, are you ready to proceed then?
Yes, Judge?
Yes, I was gonna make you the co-host, make you the host again.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, well, let me get my dockets open again. Okay, Ms. Vickers, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. My client was having problems, but as you can see, it looks like she's on now.
Yes, she spoke to me just now. All right, would you raise your right hand, ma'am? You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All
Yes, sir.
right, go ahead, Ms. Vickers.
All right, would you state your full name, please?
Stephanie Benavides?
And Ms. Benavides, are you the person who filed this divorce?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been a resident of Atascosa County for the 90 days prior to the filing of this divorce and a resident of Texas for the 6 months prior to the filing of the divorce?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you married to Gabriel Alexander Valdez on or about, when was the date of your marriage?
I think we've been married about 10 years in May.
Okay. All right. May 1 of 2008, would that be the date of your marriage? There you are. Ms. Benavides, would that be the date of your marriage, May 1 of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you separate from Mr. Valdez on or in June of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Has the marriage become insupportable because of conflict of personalities between you and Mr. Valdez that destroys the legitimate ends of the marriage?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there any reasonable expectation that you and he will get back together?
No, ma'am.
Are you and he the subject of any bankruptcy proceedings right now that you know of?
No, ma'am.
Are any children of the marriage expected?
No, ma'am.
All right. You, however, are the parents of 2 children that are currently under the age of 18. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You have some older children, but they are over the age of 18 and out of school, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, we had a temporary order in this case in which you were given conservatorship, primary conservatorship. Do you recall about when that was? Were the temporary orders in November of 2020?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you the sole managing conservator at that time and Mr. Valdez was the possessory conservator?
Yes.
All right. And did we give him visitation on the first Saturday of each month from 12 to 4 to be supervised by Pete Valdez Jr. at a place that you were going to choose?
Correct.
All right. And did he exercise any of that visitation?
No, ma'am.
And who is Pete Valdez? Is that his brother?
Correct.
All right. And we also left the child support order, which was in the cause number 99120645 from July of 2014. We left that in effect. Is that right? We did not modify any of those issues.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you are asking that that supervised visitation continue in the final decree of divorce, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, just basically, what is the reason for the supervised visitation? Just give me a summary.
He's been involved in many situations involving him breaking the law, DUIs, drug charges, PIs, and things of this nature.
All right, he's been to rehab. He's had a long, ongoing, serious drug problem. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and so you're asking the court, you think it's in the best interest for you to be appointed the sole managing conservator and for him to be appointed possessory conservator with the visitation that we have talked about and to keep the child support order the same. And you think that's in the children's best interest?
I do. Yes.
All right. Now you're asking the court to award you whatever property you have in your possession, including whatever vehicle you have. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
You and he don't own any real estate. You don't have any retirement, nothing else like that.
No, ma'am.
All right. And any debts that you have in your name, you will pay, and he can pay any debts in his name. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then you were not asking for a name change at this point. Is that right?
No, I have my last name, so.
Because you continued to use Benavides, correct?
Correct.
All right. That's all we have, Your Honor. He has been served with citation, which should be in the court's file. And as far as I know, there has been no answer filed.
All right, I'm not sure what's going to happen in Frio County, even after rebooting. I cannot see documents at Atascosa County. However, there is no answer on file, and I'll take judicial notice of the contents of the file, including the return of citation. It's been on file for more than 10 days. His answer date has passed, and there is a military service affidavit and certificate of last known address on file. I find that I have jurisdiction to hear this matter. It's been on file for more than 60 days. The petitioner had been a resident of Atascosa County for 90 days, in Texas for 6 months prior to the time this lawsuit was filed. The marriage between the parties has become undermined due to a discord or conflict of personalities, and there's no present likelihood of reconciliation. There were no children born or adopted during the marriage other than the who haven't reached 18 years of age, other than, and is that Gabriel and Cornelio?
Correct.
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I find the orders concerning those children are in the child's best interest, and I will approve them, and I'll find the proposed division of the marital property and debts is just, fair, and equitable, and I will approve it, and I will grant the divorce in open court. Any relief does not appear in the divorce decree is denied, so this is a final appealable order.
All right, Your Honor, we e-filed the order yesterday, the proposed decree. Would you rather me drop it in the chat, or do you want to go to the queue and get
I
it?
would rather you drop it in chat because I'm about ready to drop kick my computer. I'm going to give up on it, and I would appreciate that.
All right. All right, Your Honor, let me get that sent to you in chat, and can my client be excused?
Absolutely.
All right, let me go work on getting it into the chat for you.
Okay. Well, let's see what happens if I try to log into Frio County.
Stephanie, you can leave the Zoom meeting if you'd like.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's see, Frio, we were looking for the divorce. All right, in the interest of the Salazar divorce, Frio County. Monica and Gabriel.
Yes, Your Honor, Monica's here.
All right, ma'am. Do you have your proposed divorce decree?
I turned it into the courthouse on Tuesday, so I dropped it off over there, and I have a copy on my device here.
Okay, if someone could post a copy of that to me in chat, I'd appreciate it. I can see the index in Atascosa and Frio counties, but I am unable to pull up and look at any of the documents themselves.
Okay, Your Honor, I'll send it right over. Give me just a moment.
We finish up the expunction order while we're doing that. All right, I just posted the Wilson County expunction.
Judge, it was signed and entered by the court?
Yes.
Thank you. May my,
Absolutely. You can get that from, I posted it to everyone, and the clerk's office will be one, I'm sure, to get you a certified copy later, or a file stamp copy later on.
thank you, Your Honor. May my client be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Judge Wilson,
Yes, sir.
I'm just double checking. This is Brady Roberts. We've answering the criminal docket, but I have that Longoria case, but it's been passed. And I just want to hear that was the announcement that was made. Mr. Longoria's been in the hospital.
Okay, I'm seeing, there was something here that,
On page 2, the top of page 2, Judge.
yes, sir, we said on request, Melissa Christian, Brady Roberts, yes.
I'm just checking with the court. That's all I'm doing.
Certainly, no, I appreciate it.
Am I free to go then?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, because it's a divorce decree with property, I didn't send it to everyone, but I just posted the Benavides the divorce decree to Chris at the district clerk's office. And is someone going to be able to get me the Salazar order, divorce decree? All right, Ms. Salazar, do you have a copy of that on your computer, you said?
Well, yes, it's on my phone, and it's not
Oh,
this,
okay.
it's not the one he signed. The original one that he signed, I turned into the courthouse and I
Okay.
didn't make a copy.
Your Honor, I'm working on it. I'm trying to send it over. Give me just one more minute. Thank you.
All right, go ahead.
Sorry.
That's all right. All right, give me a moment to look this over. Okay. All right, Ms. Salazar, would you raise your right hand and unmute yourself? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and your name, please?
Monica Yvette Salazar.
All right, and ma'am, before this lawsuit was filed, had you been a resident of Frio County for 90 days and of Texas for 6 months?
Yes, sir.
And you are married to Gabriel Anthony Salazar?
Yes, Your Honor.
And has the marriage between the two of you become undermined due to a discord or conflict of personalities?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is there any present likelihood that the two of you are going to reconcile and live together as husband and wife again?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, and since the date of your marriage to Mr. Salazar, how many children have been born to you?
One child.
And that's Gabriella?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you believe that the orders you have here concerning the conservatorship and support of your daughter are in her best interests?
Yes, Your Honor.
And basically, you're going to be joint managing conservators with you having the right to establish your daughter's residence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and the $400 a month for child support, where did that number come from?
It's just a number that we agreed on.
Okay, and
We're trying to keep it as simple as possible.
okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
all right. And is your daughter currently covered by healthcare insurance?
He just enrolled her into his employee benefit health insurance. Yes, sir, Your Honor.
Okay.
She's covered with mine, but he's gonna enroll her into his.
All right, that sounds good. Okay, and are you planning to do a withholding order on child support?
Is this for income? withhold?
For withholding, yes, from his salary or earnings for child support?
Yes, Your Honor, but I didn't know how to go about doing that.
Okay, you should be able to go to the same place wherever you got these forms, such as texaslawhelp.org, and get those. And I can't give you legal advice, but I'll tell you that whenever I did family law, I always advised my client to have one of those orders, whether they were receiving or paying child support, because that way there's a record kept by a third party of whether it was paid, so that there's no dispute in the future about whether a payment was made or not. All right, so I'm going to urge you, it doesn't have to be today, but I'm going to urge you to get one of those completed and filled in.
Okay, are withholding? Okay. Okay, yes, Your Honor.
Alrighty. And all right, yes, and Ms. Rodriguez, you're going to be you're going to confirm.
If Ms. Gutierrez would like to, Your Honor, yes, I'll do a breakout room with her.
Okay, I'll encourage y'all to do that. I'll ask Ms. Riley to move you to those. All right, I need to talk to you for a moment about community property. The law in Texas presumes that every single thing a married person owns is community property. And there's no relationship necessarily between whose name is on something and whether it's community property or not. Meaning that just because a piece of property is just in one individual's name doesn't mean that it's not community property. And because the law presumes everything that you own is community property since you're married, if the divorce decree does not either say that it's community property and it's being divided up, or say that it's separate property and therefore it's not being divided up, then the law presumes that I, the judge, forgot to divide some of your community property and that the two, you and your ex-husband, still own it together. And creditors, years, decades from now, can come back and ask for, make a claim against something that you thought you had clear title to. So is there anything, automobiles, cattle, land, a business, retirement account, anything at all that it's not spelled out in your divorce decree who gets it, that's valuable enough that there might be a lawsuit over it one day?
No, Your Honor, we have no separate property, no separate, vehicles. Everything is mapped out on that. We don't even have retirement accounts to split.
All right. And you're getting, is there a real estate or is it just a manufactured home?
It's a manufactured home.
Okay. So you're receiving that in a GMC Terrain, and
yes,
He's receiving a Mitsubishi Outlander in his personal property.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And do you think that's a fair way to divide your marital property and debts?
Yes, we agree to that, Your Honor.
Okay. And you're asking to have your name restored to Monica Yvette Lozano?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'll find that I have jurisdiction to hear this matter. It's been on file for more than 60 days. There is a waiver of citation in the proper format that has been executed by the respondent that's been on file for more than 10 days, and his signature also appears on the final decree of divorce, indicating that he is in agreement with the contents of it. The petitioner had been a resident of Frio County for 90 days in Texas for 6 months prior to the time this lawsuit was filed. The marriage between the parties has become undermined due to a discord or conflict of personalities, and there's no present likelihood of reconciliation. There was only one child born during the marriage and no other children were born. And are you expecting a child?
No, Your Honor.
Adopted or expected? And I find that the proposed orders concerning that child are in the child's best interest, and I will approve them. And I'll find that the proposed division of the marital property in debts is just, fair, and equitable, and I will approve it. And I will restore the petitioner's previous last name of Lozano and pronounce the divorce in open court. Any relief that doesn't appear in the divorce decree is denied. So this is a final appealable order. All right. I wish you good luck, ma'am. I just posted the signed divorce decree back to Ms. Trevino. So she has that. There's one more form. It's called a BVS, or Bureau of Vital Statistics sheet. That's just a fill in the blank form you have to fill out that reports this divorce to Austin. Have you had a chance to do that?
I have not, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. If you'll get with the district clerk's office, they can tell you how to get a copy of that. And once you get that filled out, you will be able to get a copy of your divorce decree.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right. I wish you good luck.
Thank you.
All right. And
Your Honor, we have another pro se divorce that showed up late for court. It's on the first page, cause number 19-12-390 Flores. They're both present in one of our offices.
okay. And do I have a copy of that divorce decree?
No, Your Honor, she was waiting for him to get here to sign it. So as soon as they bring it to me, I'll scan it and send it to you.
Okay, I appreciate it. And do we have an announcement in any announcement in the, I don't know what the name is, HTL, KL, and KJ children?
Your Honor, that's my case. Ms. Gavito and I are talking right now to see if we can possibly come to an agreement, but I would like to stay in the courtroom in the event that we can't. We would need about 10 minutes of your time.
Okay, let me know when you have something. And All right.
Judge?
Yes.
Hi, this is Diana Davalos. I'm with Letty Gavito, and we have come to an agreement that we would like to read into the record, if that's okay.
Certainly, go ahead.
Okay, so
excuse me, Diana, can you just give me about 3 minutes? Let me talk to my client because I have not reviewed this with her.
Oh,
Can you
of
just
course.
give me a few minutes?
Of course. We'll be back, Judge.
All right, go ahead. All right, I have the Flores divorce decree. Let me look this over. All right, are both sides ready in the Flores-Zanil divorce?
Yes, sir.
We are, Your Honor.
All right, let me ask you to each raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you may give in the matter now on trial will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, and your name, sir?
Joel Flores.
And your name, ma'am?
Mirna Zaniel.
I'm sorry, you broke up there.
Mirna Zaniel.
All right, and are you both ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Flores, prior to the time this lawsuit was filed, had you been a resident of Texas for 6 months and of Frio County for the preceding 90 days?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you are married to Mirna Zanil?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has the marriage between the two of you become undermined due to a discord or conflict of personalities?
Yes, Your Honor.
At this time, is there any likelihood the two of you are going to live together again as husband and wife?
No, Your Honor.
All right. How long have you been married?
Give or take about close 2 years.
Okay. All right. And how many children have been born since you were married?
1.
Okay. And that child's name is?
Joel Flores II.
Joel Flores II. Okay. All right. And you and your wife have agreed that you'll be joint managing conservators, with her being the parent who establishes the residence of the child?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
And you are going to pay standard, you can pay child support of a little over $1,000 a month?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And that number is based on the Attorney General's guidelines?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you're also going to be providing healthcare and dental insurance?
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you think that the orders concerning your child are in your child's best interest?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
Now, I don't know when you came in or what you heard that went on earlier, but I need to tell both of you that the law in Texas presumes that every single thing a married person owns is community property. So it's not just a matter of whether the two of you are fighting over something or whose name is on a piece of property. Anything that either of you own that might be valuable enough that somebody might file a lawsuit over it one day, we need to spell out in the divorce decree who gets it, because if the divorce decree doesn't either divide it up or say it doesn't need to be divided, then the law presumes that you still own it together, even though you are divorced. So I see you put quite a lot of property in here, including real property in other states, but is there anything else that either of you own that needs to be placed in the divorce decree just to make certain that you both have good title in the future?
No, Your Honor, everything's been said. Well,
All right, in the proposed division of your marital property and debts that you have in your divorce decree, do you believe that's fair to both sides?
absolutely.
Now, there is a blank that was left on pages 37 and 38. It says after a particular date, typically the date of separation is used, but another date may be used up to today's date, that after a particular date, each of you is ordered to pay your own debts. Okay, and what, do you want to put the date of separation in, or what date do you want to use?
No, we'll just leave it as it is. We
Well,
agreed.
no, it needs to have a date in there and not be blank. Now you can use today's date, you can use date of separation, any
We'll
date.
use the date of separation.
Okay. All right, and what date would that be?
Well, actually, Your Honor, we'll use today's date.
All right, ma'am, you heard what your husband testified to. Do you have any questions for him right now?
No, sir.
And do you agree with everything that he testified to?
Yes, sir.
And do you agree to use today's date as the date that afterwards you're each ordered to pay your own debts?
Yes, sir.
And are you expecting a child at this time?
No, sir.
All right. And are you aware of any other property? Like I said, I see that you have your house or piece of property in, is it Natchez in Mississippi?
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of any other property that needs to be in here just to make certain that you both have good title?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. I find I have jurisdiction to hear this matter. The case has been on file for more than 60 days. The respondent has appeared in open court and has agreed to the entry of the divorce decree, as can be seen by her signature on it. The petitioner had been a resident of Frio County for 60 days and 90 days in Texas for 6 months prior to the time this lawsuit was filed. The marriage between the parties has become undermined due to a discord or conflict of personalities, and there's no present likelihood of reconciliation. There was one child born during the marriage and no other children were born, adopted, or expected. And I find that the proposed orders concerning that child are in the child's best interest, and I will approve them. And I'll find that the proposed division of the marital property and debts is just, fair, and equitable. And I will approve it. I will pronounce the divorce in open court, and any relief that does not appear in the divorce decree is denied, so that this is a final appealable order. All right, I wish all good luck. And there is one other document, a BVS or Bureau of Vital Statistics sheet. Do you know if you've gotten those, that filled out? It's a fill in the blank form that goes to the district clerk's office.
No, sir.
Okay, if you're right there, they can give you one to fill out. It's like I said, it's just a fill in the blank form that fills out, that reports this divorce to Austin. Okay, and I have just posted the signed divorce decree back to Ms. Trevino, and y'all are excused. I wish you good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, this is Diana Davalos again.
Yes, ma'am.
I believe Ms. Gavito and I are ready to read our agreement into the record.
All right, go ahead.
Excuse me, Judge, we don't have an agreement. My client, Diana, I was just trying to call your office. She's not agreeing, so we're just gonna need a reset date unless the court can hear us today.
No, we're gonna need a reset date then. Okay.
Okay, get with Ms. Riley on what date that will be.
Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Moreno, are you still on the road?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, I'll be here for a while. If you don't get that, I'm not sure what I'm doing. I think I'm gonna go over to the Atascosa County and see if I can get with the computer guy.
Your Honor,
Yes.
Your Honor, you said we needed a form done, filled out. Can you repeat that form that we needed for divorce?
BVS, Bureau Vital Statistics.
BVS?
Yes.
And we get that here?
Yes.
And just get it filled out and that's it?
Yeah, I mean, you can get them, you can download them online, lots of places, but I expect they would have them there at the district clerk's office.
Yes, Your Honor. I have one here for them to fill out before they leave.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Judge, were you waiting on me? This is Moreno on the Ward 106.
And no, if you get that for me to look at, again, typically I can go in and I can look at the documents, but in all the district clerk's offices now, but I'm having computer issues and Frio and Atascosa have the same LGS, I believe it is. They have the same company, and I'm not able to see any documents. I can pull them up, or I can pull up the indexes and see what's been filed, but I can't actually look at anything.
Okay, all right.
So you're going to have to just email it to the coordinator's office, e-file it, something like that, because or if it's been e-filed, ask them to forward it to me.
Okay, all right. I'll do that, Judge.
All right,
Let me call the district clerk's office. Thank you.
And Judge, I think there was an update with LGS. I think if you call them, they can get you access to that. That's they have to do something on their end to get you access to it. Do you want me to find the number for you? You can call them or?
Please, is that for both counties, you think?
Yes, sir. It should be for both, I believe so.
I can post the number to you in chat, Judge. I have it.
I'd appreciate that because I've done this.
Thank you, Chris.
About every other time I go to Frio County, it won't let me look at the documents, but it's always before when I rebooted, it's worked.
Yeah, I think they had an upgrade, I believe, over the weekend.
Okay. And yes, I haven't been able to see stuff a couple of days this week. All right, and so people are conferring in the Goliath Gonzalez case.
Yes, Judge, they're in a breakout room right now.
That's great.
Judge, is this the first Atascosa case still pending? We're still working on that one, the 19-3-250.
That's the one with Mr. Moreno. He just needs to get me I need to look at the motion and look at the affidavit in particular.
Okay. Do you need me to put anything in chat for you or?
If you could post that to me in chat, the affidavit and the order, I'd appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, and there is someone is on an iPhone. It just says iPhone. They're outdoors. Who is that?
Judge, it's possible that's me because I'm at the COVID thing vaccination.
Oh, okay. Oh, I see you're on both. Yes, that's you. All right.
Yes, sir. And so I hope that the motion and affidavit gets posted to you, Judge. I'll just stand by for a bit. Is that okay?
That's fine. I'm just, while I'm waiting, wanting to get. Okay, and let's see, Enrique Cantu, there's also somebody that says Nokia. But they're not on audio. I just sent them a chat message. I don't know if they can hear me asking their name. All right, and there's a Gloria here. What is your name, please?
Your Honor, that's the Flores divorce. They're
Oh, okay.
the BBS.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And that Lori's iPhone is not me, Judge.
April 5th.
Judge, I'm here for Goliath Gonzalez.
Okay, your name?
Jesus Gonzalez, the father.
All right, thank you. Gonzalez with an S, okay.
Yes, sir. I had given my mom the right.
Hey, sir, I'm gonna tell you, don't get into anything. I'm just trying to put names on boxes so I know who's here. So we've got that done. Somebody came to visit Lachey. Okay, I'm going to mute my computer and try to get in touch with LGS and see if this is something that we can fix easily. But I will leave my sound on where I can hear what's happening. All right, I'm waiting for a call back from LGS. Whenever we have something to go, we'll do it.
Judge, I didn't hear that. Were you talking to me?
Okay, well, I can't see other faces. Letty smiled. Perhaps she's seen, oh, what is that movie? With De Niro? Anyhow, yes, I'm back. I'm waiting for a call back from LGS. Let me know when there's something for me to do. I'm gonna continue working on my inbox. Taxi Driver, that was that movie.
That was a scary one.
Yeah, it's one of those, well, I mean, the world moves on. That's one of those movies that there was a time when you needed to see it just to be culturally aware, not because it was a good movie. Yeah,
Absolutely.
It was disturbing, certainly.
Not sure if that's what you were looking for, Judge, as far as that 19-250 case, but if it's not, let me know.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and was there a proposed order?
Judge, I have not created it. I didn't anticipate I'd be at a COVID vaccination this morning.
Okay.
So,
all right, that's fine. I mean, it looks good. You're just, you're not serving him personally and you just want to leave it at his office, the only thing I'll ask is just have it, that you can leave it with any person there at the office over 16 and also send a copy first class mail.
Okay, Judge, I'll do that.
All right.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Would that be it for Atascosa, Judge?
That's it. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you, you too.
All right, and lady who just logged back in, it says Christina. What is your last name, please? You're muted. I can't hear you.
Gonzalez.
Okay, all right. Thank you, ma'am. This is Russell Wilson. Okay, I'm on the phone with LGS, but I'll be able to come back if I need to speak to people.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Okay, I'm off the call with the software company. We got everything fixed.
Good deal. Ms. Gutierrez and Ms. Rodriguez are still in the breakout room, Judge.
Hello, Judge Wilson. This is Nena Gutierrez.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Judge. I just wanted to give you status on our case. We were conferring on the Gonzalez matters. My first question is, was there ever a call out for Jesus Gonzalez Jr. on my other motion that I have pending?
Okay, is that the gentleman who's present or is it someone else?
Your Honor, that
there he
is
is.
Jesus
He's right
Gonzalez.
there.
That is him.
Okay, good. He's there. I'm sorry. I didn't know who he was. Very well, Judge. Okay, so he's present. Okay, Judge. So we have a status. Ms. Rodriguez and I attempted to confer very well. We did almost try to get to an agreement, Judge. So I'm not sure how Your Honor wants to handle it, whether Your Honor allows us to discuss any matters with him, if he would like, just to give us, so we can break down the issues that are going on, Judge, or we want to go ahead and start on our hearings. We are denying that there is standing for the adoption case. And I think once we figure that out, then we can move forward on the conservator issues on the divorce case.
And of course, Judge, we filed a response on that in that regard. And it is our contention that we do have standing. And we've outlined the different sections or the statutes that are in the family code that allow us to file an original petition, which is what we did. And I likewise have filed and asked that they be set for hearing this morning, my motion for appointment of an amicus attorney. And I also filed, which I think is very, very instrumental, and I think that this will assist the court in making a determination as to which party is being truthful. I filed a motion for Your Honor to interview the child in chambers. That also is set for today. We do have a young child who is over the age of 12, and he would like to speak to Your Honor in chambers. We have a way that we can get that done. And if the court wants to interview the child but prefers that he be taken to the courthouse, we can do that. The courthouse is basically like 4 blocks away, Judge. But
Okay,
I do
yeah.
have like 5 different offices in my building, and we can set them up in there with nobody else, but that's up to you, Judge.
And we also deny that that she has the ability to ask for. Of course, Your Honor can defer, can make his own decision, but under the code, we believe that the right to interview a child is strictly for a case involving the child wanting to determine where his primary residence is. We have no objection to where the child's primary residence should be, Judge, with grandma, but that is it. So really and truly, with respect to whether the child wants his mom's and dad's rights terminated, I don't think we should leave that up to a child in chambers.
All right, let me ask, you said, Ms. Rodriguez, you said that you filed an answer to the motion to dismiss?
I did, Your Honor. And I apologize. It was a little late filing. I was telling Ms. Gutierrez, Your Honor, that unfortunately I had those awful side effects from your vaccine, and it totally knocked me to the wall. I was basically bedridden. I did not feel well, and I finally made myself get up because I knew I had to do a response, and I submitted that yesterday. It was a little bit late, so I made sure to send it to Ms. Gutierrez by email as well because I wanted her to have it. But I do apologize to Your Honor and to Ms. Gutierrez for that, but I'm sorry, it was something I could not help. I did not believe that would happen to me. It was the second vaccine of Moderna, and I didn't have side effects with the first one, so I expected it to be a breeze, but unfortunately, I was wrong. But I did file a response, Judge. If you'd like, I can go ahead.
Let me ask while y'all were conferring, I was on the phone with LGS and they got everything fixed. So of course now it's unfixed. Let me try this one more time. Let me go ahead and ask you to go ahead and someone to post to me in chat a copy of the motion to dismiss and a copy of the response.
I'm going to get that done real quick. Your Honor, did you want any of the attachments, or there are several?
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Ms. Rodriguez, you're going to attach all of them, or should I attach mine and you attach yours?
I can do yours as well because I have it as part of, I think I have it as part of my deal, but I'll attach yours as well.
Along
I'm going to tell
with my clients.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm gonna do that right now.
Thank you,
Judge, if
Ms.
I can have a
Rodriguez.
couple of minutes, yes. My secretary is working on sending it all to TAT. In all my response, along with all attachments, along with the motion to dismiss filed by Ms. Gutierrez and along with her client's affidavit.
All right, thank you, because I'm not able to make this work here.
Now, anything with respect to the divorce, does Your Honor want to see, or let's first entertain this? It's a divorce petition, an amended one, Judge, that's all it is. But I mean, I think that let's get to this part first, and that will determine how we move forward on the divorce case.
Yeah, that sounds good, because I'm not able, all right.
Now, I see Ms. Rodriguez is also attaching all her exhibits. Is that right, or are those?
Yes.
Okay. I e-filed a bunch of exhibits as well, Judge, but I'll just wait for Your Honor to decide, because I don't want to bombard you with all of our exhibits during the hearing. I mean, whatever Your Honor wants, but I e-filed all those. You just don't have access to them. Is that correct, Judge?
Yes. And
So that's fine. I'll just wait and wait.
and I'm still waiting. And Ms. Rodriguez, is your assistant, Teresa, is she posting the motion to dismiss also?
Yes, Your Honor, she is. She's posting the motion to dismiss. She's posting the affidavit that was attached there too, as well.
And how many motion attachments are there?
On mine, Judge, go ahead.
Mine just had my affidavit of my client, Judge.
Mine is approximately A through S on attachments.
Right, if someone will just go ahead and post the actual motion,
Okay.
that's the first thing I need to read. All right, give me a chance to look at the motion and the response, and I'll be back.
I just attached the affidavit of Christina Gonzalez as it was not attached to my motion to dismiss, Judge. So it's attached now. I've posted it on chat.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I'm still looking at the law. I'll be back in a moment.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. Calling in the interest of Goliath Gonzalez.
Good afternoon. Good morning, Judge. This is Nena Gutierrez. I'm here on behalf of the move-in, Cristina Gonzalez. We are present and ready, Judge. Is our motion to dismiss?
Okay.
And Your Honor, good morning. Sylvia Rodriguez on behalf of the petitioner, who is Jesus Gonzalez. She's present in court with me this morning. We are set as well for a hearing on a motion for appointment of an amicus attorney and for a motion for Your Honor to interview the child in chambers. And we also have with us this morning, I think right now we have 5 witnesses, Judge, that will need to be sworn. And there's another one. We just need to tell her when it's time so she can get back on.
All right, let me ask, first of all, what are your legal theories, Ms. Rodriguez, for why your client has standing?
Your Honor, I would ask this honorable court to take judicial notice of our file, which contains a statement to confer standing that was executed by the presumed father, who is the biological father, Jesus Gonzalez Jr. That statement to confer standing has been filed with this honorable court. It was filed on December the 11th, 2020. That is one of our contentions, that he named her. He named Jesus Gonzalez, who is the paternal grandmother, as a prospective adoptive parent. We believe we have standing pursuant to that statute. We also believe that we have standing pursuant to section 102.003, section 9, which indicates a person other than a foster parent who has had actual care, control, and possession of the child for at least 6 months ending not more than 90 days preceding the date of filing of the petition. And as we also outlined to the court, section 14 deals with the verified written statement to confer standing, which has already been addressed. And likewise, we feel that we have standings pursuant to section 102.005 of the Texas Family Code, which indicates that an original suit requesting an adoption or for termination of the parent-child relationship joined with a petition for adoption may be filed by, according to section 3, an adult who has had actual possession and control of the child for not less than 2 months during the 3-month period preceding the filing of the petition, or section 5, another adult whom the court determines to have had substantial past contact with the child sufficient to warrant standing to do so. Those are the 3 bases that we feel that we will be able to prove up, Judge. I think that the first one is already proven up because that's already been on file, which is the statement to
All
confer
right, so let
standing.
me ask Ms. Gutierrez to respond to those. First of all, the statement to confer standing.
Your Honor, it's clear here that Mr. Gonzalez lives with Ms. Gonzalez. They live 100 feet away from each other. He's willing to do anything to make sure that my client has no access and possession to this child. There is no question about it that this child has been living next door, back and forth from Jesus Gonzalez.
Okay, I'm just asking, what is your theory for why the statement to confer standing does not confer standing?
Let me look at that again, Your Honor. I believe, I have to pick it up again. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I just got those late last night to be, I haven't had those. Let me see, hold on a minute. I had them all here. Just give me 1 second, Your Honor. As I recall, the statement to confer standing, all it is stating on there is who he is and who this child should be with. There's nothing in there substantive, Your Honor, that's going to show the court without my client's testimony.
Vanessa.
Okay, Ms. Rodriguez, you're not there. She's muted now.
I'm sorry. There's nothing in that statement to confer standing other than his agreement that this child has lived with grandma. And we disagree, Judge. It's self-serving, Your Honor.
Wasn't that the point of a statement to confer standing?
I understand.
Dixit, it's,
well,
they have standing because I say so.
Right. Well, because he's also trying to just terminate his rights. He's trying to say, you know what? I shouldn't have the child and neither should mom. So let him just go with my mom because I'll still be able to see my child. And that's the truth.
Okay, but does that go to standing or does that go to the merits?
Well, that goes I think it goes to both because if we ask my client and we ask Mr. Gonzalez under oath if this child has in fact been living back and forth with the parents, then I think there's no question about it.
Okay.
I don't agree.
And basically, Your Honor, I think the statute is black and white. The statute states a person who has been named as a prospective adoptive parent of a child.
All right, and I'll find that Jesus Gonzalez has standing. That's not a finding of anything else. But again, I think that the statement to confer standing is an ipsy dixit. There's been one filed. There's no objection to its format. All right. Now, on the motion to interview the child in chambers, one, Ms. Rodriguez, would there be any reason to do that until we got to the merits? And two, isn't it correct that that only goes to conservatorship and not to termination?
It is correct, Your Honor. You are correct. It does go towards conservatorship and it also goes towards possession and access. My biggest fear, I put that and filed it with the court in case Your Honor felt it necessary to confer with the child to then make a determination if my client had standing or not. That is something, Your Honor, that we can hold off till the end. And it's our intention to continue with our petition to terminate and adopt. And we can hold that up to the end, Your Honor, unless Your Honor feels that some type of orders need to be put in place today, which is allowable by the statute, by our code book, then I would ask that the court speak to Goliath Gonzalez.
All right, so does anyone have a motion for temporary orders?
I have one in the divorce case, Your Honor.
And is that set today?
And that is set today, Your Honor. That's why Jesus Gonzalez is here. You just signed an order for alternate service just at the 13th hour yesterday, and I got him served by posting on his door because no one would answer at the house.
Your Honor, I don't represent Jesus Gonzalez, but I can tell you that looking at the docket, I did not see that the divorce action was set for today. Jesus Gonzalez is here as my witness regarding the statement to confer standing. He is present, Judge. You can, I don't represent him, Judge.
And I disagree. I have a notice to appear on Mr. Gonzalez on file with the court on my notice of hearing for temporary orders, Your Honor, in the divorce action.
That's more than sufficient. So I'm going to ask, Ms. Riley, are you still there?
I'm here, Judge.
Okay, would you place Jesus Gonzalez and Nina Gutierrez into a breakout room so they can discuss temporary orders?
Certainly.
And Your Honor, if this court is going to discuss temporary orders, will you allow me the opportunity to file an intervention in that case? Since it does involve the same child, Judge?
I haven't thought about it. I'm not going to say yes or no offhand. I would have to think about that. And you mean like a verbal intervention right now? Or?
Yes. Yes, sir. Right now, I'd have to do a verbal intervention. I can probably work on something and get it to you within the next 30 minutes. But the reason, okay, in order for me to be successful in an intervention, I have to establish that I have standing in regards to the child. I think this honorable court has says that my client does have standing. So I'm going to ask the same thing on my intervention. I will come in representing paternal grandmother and ask that she be appointed primary, because it's our intention, Your Honor, to continue with her termination and adoption. And I believe that totally is what's in the best interest of this child.
And then if I may respond, Your Honor.
Yes.
And I don't think Ms. Rodriguez is going to disagree. That was part of our discussion. I don't believe that Ms. Gonzalez, Jesus Gonzalez, is going to be able to reach the clear and convincing to be able to terminate. There are other options, as Your Honor knows. And that was an option that we discussed. Dad wants, honestly, you putting me into a room with the man who wants to already terminate his rights from this child, how is that going to help us? He's not going to make any decision. He's not going to agree with us on anything because my client wants to see her baby. We spoke to Ms. Rodriguez about potentially intervening in the divorce and potentially making.
It sounds like that's what needs to happen.
Right.
I will allow you all to confer. If you can't get it worked out, we have a local rule that limits temporary orders to 1 hour.
That's fair.
I'll ask you to come back whenever you've conferred on that. And I'll also ask someone to prepare an order for me to sign on the standing issue, stating that Jesus Gonzalez does have standing, or not that she has standing, that I denied the motion to dismiss for lack of standing.
Is Your Honor going to ask us to come back at a certain time? I know I'm seeing it's lunchtime only for Your Honor to tell us, to give us some guidance as to what time we need to come back.
Okay, well, I don't typically break for lunch, but
that's fine. We don't have to. We could confer.
I mean, do you think there, and I'll say that I know there's things I've seen in affidavits, especially with this child is 12, 13 now?
That is correct.
Has his own cell phone. I
will be honest.
Significant amount of evidence to show me that the mother, at a minimum, would not be entitled to standard visitation.
Thank you, Your Honor. Since
I'm not prejudging anything, but that this is not a toddler that you're worried that something can happen. It sounds like this is a kid who can pick up the cell phone and call grandma or dad if there's an issue. So,
Your Honor,
go ahead.
If I may, just real quickly, since the court is going to determine conservatorship and possession and access regarding this child, will Your Honor be amenable then to confer with the child? Because I do believe that section 153.009 indicates that if that the child will be heard on regarding conservatorship issues, regarding the individual that has the right to determine where the child lives, and regarding possession and access. And I think that those are all issues that will be touched upon on the temporary orders. So I would ask Your Honor to please interview the child in chambers before that takes place.
And if I may even add to that, I don't even think we need to have the child interview, Judge. We have my client, mother, and I'm opening, I mean, there's no question about it. This little boy has lived at grandma's house back and forth, but that was the first house this little boy had. My client, Cristina Gonzalez, does not want to take this little boy from the primary residence. That's why I proposed, let's intervene and both parents can agree to designate grandma as the primary conservator. And that would finish everything. There is absolutely no reason for termination. My client is, well, that's it. So I don't even, my client does not want to put the 12-year-old. My client knows.
Okay, I'll take that under advisement. I need to go look at the statute, but I would agree, Ms. Rodriguez, that if there's not at this time a dispute over who the conservator is that's going to establish the residence and the child's going to live with primarily.
Yeah.
I think that's what the interview with the judge is for.
Right.
And yes, that is correct, Your Honor, but we do need to then go into the discussion regarding possession and access. It's our contention, as I told Ms. Gutierrez, that this child has resided with grandma for the past 12 years. He has visited very limited.
Okay, that's fine. If this is a situation where you need to ease into standard visitation, that's great. Or if you have evidence that's, there's some danger to the child from standard visitation, certainly I'll consider all of that. But I think the legislature's given us the standard visitation to work with unless and until that presumption is rebutted. So I would appreciate a chance. I don't typically take lunch, but it's spring break. My kids are home with my wife. So I will ask y'all to be back here at 1:15, either ready to tee up a hearing or with an agreement. If you have an agreement previously, I will, of course, the meeting's still running. By all means, you can just read that into the record because it's being recorded and you are excused.
I would like a breakout room with Jesus Gonzalez, Your Honor.
Okay, and Ms. Riley is
I've already invited them to a breakout room 1 if they will accept that.
All right, Mr.
Okay,
Gonzalez.
I'll be back at 1:15.
Mr. Gonzalez, you need to accept and join the breakout room, please, sir. Ms. Gonzalez, I'll be back.
Jesus Gonzalez, you got invited to the breakout room 1. Can you hear? There he is. I'll be stepping away from my desk as well. Does anybody need a breakout room before I leave? Ms. Rodriguez?
Oh, chinga, ya vieron todo lo que
I
hice.
know. Yes,
So, I don't know what you want to do. Okay, I don't know what you want to do.
pues a mí cuánto cuesta un abogado para
You have to go into intervention.
Ella
and then
sabe
you
muy
have
bien
to
quién la
get-
tiene.
Yes, nobody told me she was not muted.
I'm sorry.
Then you already heard everything I said.
I can hear.
Turn it off.
I can hear.
What are you?
Sylvia Rodriguez, are you there?
Yes, and I'm starving.
Sylvia,
I
you
am
there?
here. Yes, I'm working on my documents to file.
I was trying to talk. I was gonna see if we wanted to talk or you wanted to call me because I was trying to call your office. No one answered.
No, we're working on my intervention and it doesn't, I can't even get it to print.
Okay.
So let me call you on my cell phone. Get my cell phone? Oh, shoot.
I know we don't.
Let
Let
me
me
send it. I'm
email
gonna
you
send-
my email me your cell and I'll email you.
Bueno.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, where do we stand on the Gonzalez case?
Hi, Judge Nana Gutierrez. Let's see, my client's about to get on. I just hung up with her when I saw you pop up, and I think Ms. Rodriguez and I I tried to confer with Mr. Gonzalez, and that wasn't very productive, unfortunately. But I did confer a little more with Ms. Rodriguez now that I know how we're going, what we're going to be doing right now. So I think that. Go ahead, Ms. Rodriguez. Have you had the chance? What I'm trying to do, Judge, is basically come up with a possession order that even if we don't start off with a full standard possession for my client right now, we're okay with that. We need baby steps. That's fine, whatever. But we know that we will get there. So that's where we were at just before you got on, Judge.
And just real quickly, Judge, I filed the petition and intervention for Jesusa Gonzalez. For we are asking, of course, that she be designated as the individual who designates a primary residence, Judge. I am also going to file a motion for drug testing of both parents, Judge. I discussed it very briefly with Ms. Gutierrez. I think that her client is short on funds and stuff of that nature. I did not get to discuss it totally with my intervener, if she would be able to pay the fees on that testing. I think that testing is necessary. I'm asking for a toenail clipping. I'm asking that both parents submit to that before they have any type of unsupervised possession and access. I think that Ms. Gutierrez and I had discussed even doing Zoom or FaceTime and stuff of that nature pending obtaining the results of that testing.
And my question to Your Honor, since I'm not from the county, is whether there are any labs in town that are not as expensive that Your Honor would force both clients to go right now within an hour to do a UA test. But I understand that Ms. Gonzalez Jesusa wants something more that would make them go to San Antonio even. So my client doesn't even drive in San Antonio. That's another thing. But whatever Your Honor thinks, she's ready. She's willing to submit to a drug test because she's clean.
Okay, what town is she in?
We are in Frio County. She is in Dilley, Your Honor.
Dilley, I mean, okay.
In Dilley. Unfortunately, if we
in
don't, no, I think that the best that we can get, Your Honor, with a toenail clipping that will be able to give us a good detail on whether the parents have been utilizing illegal substances or not, or the ones that do the toenail clipping that's at Fastest West. I've had really, really good results on that they will give us the results back like in a week or two. The latest is 2 weeks.
Okay, where is it?
That is located in San Antonio. Unfortunately, we're in rural areas
I know.
and extremely limited.
Is there anywhere that does urinalysis testing, whether it's for over-the-road truck drivers or the oil field or something there in Dilley or Pearsall?
There has to be.
I don't know, Judge, if they're still open. I know that there were some prior to COVID. I don't know. And prior to President Biden, I don't know if they're still open or not. But I think, but don't quote me, I think that the hospital may be willing to do that if we give them an order that says, hey, the judge is asking for you to do a 10-panel test or whatever. I think the hospital could do that.
Okay, I mean, if we can get that done, as Ms. Gutierrez said, within an hour of whenever we break court, so that we know that there's no
tampering,
nobody fleshing the body out, I would take that.
I don't know if that's going to be possible, Judge, but we can look. I can have my client look for that. I can have my secretary, try to see if she can make some phone calls while we're on here. But I don't know if that. I don't want to say yes. I know that they'll do it in an hour because I don't want to be held to that, Judge.
Well, as long as they're there. Okay.
Okay.
Right. So do y'all want to check on that and let me know what you find out?
I'm having my secretary start making calls right now.
Okay. Okay, then I'll keep working here.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, just real quickly, my secretary contacted the hospital. They do not do it unless they have I think she said, unless it's doctor ordered. So she's trying to see if there's other facilities here. That's what she's looking for, facilities here and in Delhi.
Hello, Judge. I am on the phone right now with a lab in Delhi called A Dependable Drug Testing, located at 710 North Main Street. Is that right, ma'am? They're open, they're available. They have UA drug tests, they have an instant drug test, and they have a hair drug test. And they can walk in right now. The hair test, of course, is the most expensive. And then the UA is about $85. And then the instant drug test is a 12 panel. And that's $35. And that's instant. Like, so my client, so that's ready to, they'll go in there right now. They'll go to Delhi and they'll get it done. Who am I speaking with? Norma. I'm speaking with Norma from that place. So that's an option right now, Judge. So Norma, we'll call you back if we need you to go over there, but that is the correct address. Is that right, ma'am? Wonderful. Thank you much. All right. Okay, so that's an option for us. That's available now. It's called A-Dependable Drug Testing, 710 North Main Street, Dilley, Texas, 78017. Their phone number is 830-963-9110. And I think that instant drug testing, that's 12 panel, that's $35. I think that's pretty affordable. I even think my client can spare $35. I'm hoping she can, right, ma'am? Yeah, she can. So we can't hear you, Judge. You're on Zoom. You're on mute, Judge.
I'm sorry. Okay, so do the attorneys want to confer briefly about a stepped up visitation plan or a stepped visitation plan?
I think we can, Judge. I think that I don't think Mr. Gonzalez has I don't think Dad has an opinion whatsoever, since he doesn't see child at all. But we certainly do want to do a stepped up plan. So I will continue conferring with Ms. Rodriguez. Should we send our clients out to get this drug test now?
Your Honor, I would like for the court, he is still Dad. He does have rights. And I think that Your Honor should give him an opportunity. If he wants to speak to the court, that should be done right now before we start going everything else, Judge.
All right. All right, Mr. Gonzalez, do you wish to have court-ordered access to your son separate and apart from whatever you get just because you've worked it out with your mother, Jesusa Gonzalez?
You have to unmute yourself, sir.
And I'm asking you to unmute. You should have a pop-up. There you go.
I really don't feel like I feel like my mom's always taking care of him. He was a baby, and feel like he belongs to my mom.
Okay, so you're not asking at this time for separate court-ordered periods of possession with your son?
I see him more as a brother than my son, to tell you the truth.
Mr. Gonzalez, do you understand what the judge is asking you?
No.
He is going to, okay, well, let me, if I may, Judge.
Go ahead.
My understanding is he's going to allow visitation between Goliath and Cristina Gonzalez, your wife. The judge is asking you, because you are the father of this child, do you want likewise to have visitation with your son? That is the question.
No, I'm fine.
Huh?
I'm fine.
So are you telling
If they need me to move from the house, I'll move from the house.
Okay. The question is also, do you understand that Ms. Gutierrez and I will be discussing possession and access and conservatorship regarding your son? Do you understand that?
Put in layman terms, like I can.
Okay, then we're gonna be discussing who the child, we're gonna discuss. Okay, we're gonna discuss who the child lives with. Okay?
Okay.
Do you want to be a part of that discussion is what I am asking you.
No, I don't.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to be a part of the discussion regarding whether you have the judge give you access, meaning give you visitation with your son?
No, I don't want nothing to do with it.
Okay. So whatever we do today, you're going to be okay with it. Is that what you're telling the court?
Yeah, I'm fine. I was just here to tell them that I don't want nothing to do with it. I'm fine
Okay.
with him being with my mom.
Okay.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, well, I'll
I was
ask,
giving up my right.
and we appreciate you letting us know where you stand, Mr. Gonzalez. All right, if the two of y'all will see if you can work something out. If not, we'll have a hearing on just those issues.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
You want to call me Ms. Rodriguez just by cell phone?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
All right, thank you.
Or y'all can even go back to the breakout room that y'all were in before, or if you want me to put you in a new one. Oh, y'all are in different rooms.
Today, it lets me move them. I'll move y'all to breakout room 5.
Thank you,
Okay,
Judge.
thank you, Judge.
Sometimes when I'm the co-host, I can move people and sometimes I can't.
Appreciate it. Well, stand by, Judge. Thank you so much.
All right, I see where Ms. Rodriguez is back. Ms. Gutierrez is not yet.
Do you want me to bring her back into the room, Judge?
Well, let's wait until see what Sylvia Rodriguez has to say.
Okay.
Your Honor, I just got off the phone with Ms. Gutierrez. We are going to have basically an agreement to read into the record.
Okay, then yes, Ms. Riley, please get her back from the breakout room.
I'm back out, Judge. I'm gonna call my client to get on.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my client's gonna be getting on, Judge, and then we've reached an agreement, so we will need a record to put it on the record.
All right, thank you.
Uh-huh. There she is, okay. Okay, I think we're all here, Judge.
Okay, calling. In the interest of Goliath Gonzalez, a child, are both sides ready?
Yes, Your Honor, but we also have the divorce case, so I'm not sure if you want to call it under the divorce. These are temporary orders on the divorce case.
And that's true. Okay, I don't have the.
I have the cause number, Your Honor.
All right, give me just a moment. Go ahead.
It is cause number 20-11-00332 CVF in the matter of the marriage of Cristina Gonzalez versus Jesus Gonzalez Jr. and in the interest of Goliath Gonzalez, minor child.
Okay, are both sides ready?
We are, Judge.
And Your Honor, I have filed an intervention on behalf of Jesus Gonzalez. I represent Jesus Gonzalez. She is present. We're ready to proceed. And then I see Mr. Gonzalez
Yes.
is likewise on there, but I don't represent him.
Right. All right. Mr. Jesus Gonzalez, are you ready to go ahead?
I was gonna see if I can get my own attorney on this, on the divorce.
Yes, sir, absolutely. In fact, I would recommend it. And this is only temporary orders.
Really?
Orders that are in effect in the immediate future. This is not a final decision or anything.
But I would like to get my own.
I understand, sir, but we're going to proceed with getting the temporary orders put in the record today. And if your attorney comes in and wants to try to change the temporary orders, he can get in touch with the other attorneys. And if they can't work something out, then he can have it set for hearing.
Okay.
All right. Okay, who's going to put this in the record?
That'll be me, Judge Nana Gutierrez.
All right, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, Judge, so we do not have any opposition to the intervention brought by Jesus Gonzalez. And also with respect to these agreements were reached between Jesusa Gonzalez and attorney and myself as the attorney for Cristina Gonzalez, since Mr. Gonzalez had already indicated to Your Honor that he didn't want anything right now, and that's fine. But for right now, everything's going to just be between Cristina and Jesusa Gonzalez, Judge. So the agreements that have come into play now are the following, Your Honor. Starting today, March 18th, 2021, mom and grandma, and by that I mean Cristina Gonzalez and Jesusa Gonzalez, will be the joint managing conservators of the child Goliath, and grandma Jesusa Gonzalez is going to have the right to designate the primary residence of the child. Grandmother will also continue having she will get exclusive rights to all educational and medical decisions. All the other rights are joint and independent. Starting again, like I said today, mom's visits are as follows. My client will get first, third, and fifth weekends. There will only be day visits, Your Honor. That is, we will see the child starting tomorrow, Friday from 5 to 8 p.m., Saturday from noon to 8 p.m., and then again Sunday from noon to 8 p.m. In addition to that, my client is off on Mondays, and so she's also going to have him on Mondays from 5 to 8, and her midweek visit's going to be Wednesdays from 5 to 8 p.m. All exchanges will take place at the Dairy Queen there in Dilley. Grandma, I understand, has been, thank you for allowing to exchange her and picking up the child after he gets dropped off from the bus. And that's where the exchanges will take place. And now starting on April 18th, 2021, that is a month from today, mom will go up a step and she will get the child on first, third, and fifth weekends still, but we will have one overnight each weekend. That overnight will just be from Friday at 5 p.m. until Saturday at 5 p.m. And that is because grandma typically takes the children on Sundays to visit his other siblings that live here in San Antonio. And so if grandma does not go to San Antonio on any first, third, and fifth Sunday to visit the little boy's siblings, then the child will go to mom that Sunday from 12 to 8 p.m. as well. But it would be one overnight, Friday from 5 p.m. till Saturday at 5 p.m. And then we will continue our visits on Monday from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. and Wednesdays 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. And the exchanges will still be at the Dairy Queen there in Dilley. All other times are going to be with grandma. We will try to mediate before May 18th, Your Honor, in order to set additional visits to include summer visits. And then other than that, one more thing I was going to add. What was that? It just escaped me. I had all that written. Now, we need to make sure that both parents, both grandma and mom, are able to encourage son Goliath to want to visit with both parties, and even with dad if he decides to want to visit with dad while all this is going on. But we need to make sure that son is not in any which way prohibited from wanting to hang out with his mother. Now, my client is also providing, and I don't think there was any opposition to my client providing a cell phone to the 12-year-old, because if Goliath is with my client from that big gap of time and he says, I want to call grandma, I'm thinking Jesus is going to have her own cell phone. That's the only cell phone he uses right now. So my client is ready, willing, and able to get him a cell phone. That way they can talk.
I don't think there's a necessity. He actually does have his own cell phone.
Okay, great. So if he has his own cell phone, then we would be able to communicate like that. We want standard electronic provisions on there as well. That way my client can also text, and we don't have that cell phone number. So we will need that cell phone number of Goliath, because my client's only been communicating through Jesus. This little boy's 12 years old and is able to communicate if he has a cell phone. So we would like that cell phone number before the end of the business day today as well. So we can start those standard electronic provisions as well.
I think she has it already. She's communicated with him, is my understanding. I think she does. If not, we'll get that to you. Can we also agree, Ms. Gutierrez, for the clients to become involved or utilize AppClose? It's the free website.
I have no opposition to that. Yeah, if she has the ability to upload Zoom, she can definitely upload AppClose. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the last thing, Judge, I think is the drug testing.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and I am asking at the very minimum. I think that what's necessary in this case, because of past history with both individuals, Judge, I think what's necessary, honestly, is the toenail clipping. I know that the court wants something that's expedited. So I think at the very minimum, very, 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 very minimum, Judge, I would ask for a hair follicle. I still am thinking that the other one is the best one, the toenail clipping, Judge.
Okay, well, I agree with you, and the hair follicle is pretty good too. And if we can get that done right there in Frio County, let's go with the hair follicle for right now.
So then, did your client agree to pay for my client's hair follicle test? Because that is a pricey one.
No, we can't pay for that one. I was trying to see if she could pay for the toenail clipping, and she doesn't have the funds either. Unfortunately, Judge, we do not have rich people here. I do think that we gotta do.
What's the price difference?
I think the UA that Ms. Gutierrez said, there's one that's $85. The instant is $35, and then I think she said the hair follicle she thought was like $120.
$120, and that'll be.
So not much of a difference.
Okay, and what's your objection to the instant drug test if it's done within an hour of when we get loose?
Like they go
Honestly,
there within an hour.
And honestly, Judge, I don't know how accurate that is. I would need to do some research on that. I know that there have been, unfortunately, individuals that have been able to they're not foolproof. They've been able to actually take advantage of that and come out clean, even though they are not. That's why I think that we need to really
a number of times. Okay, I will order the immediate drug test or the fast result drug test, each one to pay for their own. Let's see what the results are on that. But whatever time we get out of here, the person has to be at the drug testing place within 1 hour.
Very well, Judge. And let me repeat that address again. So both Jesus Gonzalez and Cristina Gonzalez write it down and they know where they're going. Again, for the record, that place is called A Dependable Drug Testing, A-Dependable Drug Testing. The address is 710 North Main Street, Dilley, Texas, 78017. Online, it says they close at 5 p.m. I think Norma just confirmed that when I was on the phone with her and you all at the same time. Their phone number is 830-963-9110. That's the number that I called. So she's there. Her name's Norma, and they said that they can take walk-ins right now. So as soon as we hang up, it's 2:36. There's no reason why both parties should not be able to make it there. As long as they don't talk to one another, that's all I'm going to ask the judge to make sure that Jesus Gonzalez and Cristina Gonzalez, no talking.
Okay, so that will
Yes.
take place today. And Judge, you said the instant test?
Correct.
Yes.
Is that what you said? The one that's $35?
Yes,
Okay.
and again, when people have some idea that it's coming up or they have 24 hours, I agree with you. I think that it's only a test of whether they can keep themselves together for the correct period of time to be able to beat the drug test. But if they're just showing up and taking it, I don't have that concern.
I agree with you, Judge. And unfortunately, it appeared to me that Jesus Gutierrez did not have notice of today's setting. And I'm sure
I disagree.
he had no idea. I'm sorry, but I don't think there's anything to show that he was served. He was here, Judge, regarding the standing, regarding the termination and adoption. I never even saw this case on the docket, with all due
All right.
respect.
And he announced that he was ready to proceed and we're going ahead.
Yeah, that was. So,
Okay, so
thank you, Judge.
anything
If
else
we
we
have
need to
nothing
put in?
further,
No, you're not excused yet. One, we need an entry date.
okay. Okay. How long, Ms. Gutierrez?
I think I can draft this order. If you can give me at least till the end of the month, or at least in 10 days, Judge. I'm hoping I have a couple of others to submit, but you tell me, Judge, how long will you give me?
All right, let me ask Ms. Riley to give us a date into the first week of April. Do I have anything?
You have the 5th of April 5th. That's a Monday.
You good with that, Ms. Gutierrez? Nana, are you good with April 5th?
I have a mediation at 9 a.m. already set, but I don't think we're gonna have any problem.
You just submit the order to me, we'll review it, and if we agree, Judge, and sign off, could be.
No one needs to be here.
Okay, great.
All right.
Then
and Mr.
let's do
Gonzalez?
April 5th?
And Judge, you do have a case set for a Karnes County case, similar entry on April the 1st, if that would work better for them. That's a Friday. You have the criminal docket, but we have that one civil case at a Karnes County that
I can be
was.
available on the 1st.
That
Is
April
that good?
2nd Friday, second.
It's a Thursday.
I mean, I have a hearing still too, but that's okay. I mean, what time is that at, Ms. Riley?
9 o'clock.
Right.
Okay, so you want to do April 1st?
Yes, just for entry. All right.
Okay.
And Mr. Gonzalez, does Ms. Gutierrez have a email address for you, or do you have email?
I don't have a phone number or email for Mr. Gonzalez. I have nothing. Mr.
Right.
Gonzalez.
Do you have an email address, or I'm not asking you to, don't say it out loud right now because it's being broadcast over YouTube, but do you have an email address or a phone number that you can send to her in chat? Can you hear me, Mr. Gonzalez?
No,
We can work on getting that, Judge.
Okay. All right, then I'll find the proposed orders in the temporary orders in the child's best interest. And I have something to say to Jesus Gonzalez and Christina Gonzalez both. One, I'm glad y'all got this worked out. Two, especially when the overnight visits start, Jesus Gonzalez ought to have some ability to at least touch base with this young man on the phone. You may not take the phone away to keep the other person who has visitation or possession of the child with being able to speak to them. I'm not saying you have to let the kid keep his phone all the time. I'm not saying you have to let him call or text with anyone else or play games on it.
when you give up your rights,
All right, Mr. Gonzalez,
isn't that automatic?
Mr. Gonzalez, I'm speaking right now. So sometimes I've got a teenage son, and sometimes my wife and I take his phone away because of whatever he's been up to. But if you do that, it does not count whenever he's trying to contact his mother or his grandmother. Okay? All right. And did you have a question, Mr. Gonzalez? No. Okay. All right. Anything else?
Not from us, Judge. I thank you for your time and being patient with us.
Okay. And is Mr. Jesus Gonzalez living with Jesusa? Is he living in a house 100 feet away from Jesusa?
Yes.
He lives in a single wide 100 feet away. Judge, he does not live in the same house.
Does it have a separate mailing address?
No.
Jesusa, does it have a separate mailing address to the single wide? No, just one
Yes.
address?
Apartment B. The same address, but apartment B.
Apartment B, Judge.
Okay, and unless Mr. Jesus Gonzalez files an answer or a notice of change of address, I will allow all the parties to use that as an address to send him notices. And Mr. Gonzalez, you should receive a draft of the proposed order. If you're asked to sign that, you're not being asked whether you agree with that proposed order. You're only being asked if you agree that the order that Ms. Gutierrez and Ms. Rodriguez come up with is what I've ordered. And if you agree that that's what I've ordered, whether you agree with that or what I've ordered or not, then if you would sign off on it, or I would appreciate that. If not, then you would need to be present in court on April the 1st so that we could have a hearing on whether or not the order that Ms. Gutierrez prepares does reflect what I have ordered. Okay?
So that would be agreed as to form only then.
Yes.
Very well, Judge.
Yes.
And so they're going right now, right now they're both to go get their drug test before 4 o'clock. They both basically, I mean, just give them a little leeway, but before, yeah, within an hour, they gotta be at that place.
Yes, it's 2:42. So anything else?
That is
Nothing
it.
further, Your Honor.
All right, then I'm going to ask Ms. Riley to end the meeting so we all leave at the same time. And I'm glad you all got this worked out.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. We'll talk soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.